Please, is my screen visible?
Yes, please.
All right.
Yes, sir, we can see you.
Okay. So you are all welcome to today's section of the strategic management class. Last week, we got the opportunity to experience essentially what we will be trying to do in the course of the semester. We learned that strategic management is both an art and a science that results in the formulation, implementation, and evaluation of cross-functional decisions that can enable any given organization to achieve their long-term aspirations. In other words, their long-term objectives. And we also learned that the benefits that accrue to organizations that engage in strategic management is multifold. And these benefits range from financial ones, such as a hike in their profitability, to non-financial benefits, wherein they will get to achieve high level of commitment from their members and also understand the business terrain that they are operating appropriately so that they can face their competitors fairly. So there are a number of them. We also considered some fundamental concepts which are going to take a center stage in the course of the semester, including what it means when we say the concept of strategy, who is a strategist, competitive advantage, and so on and so forth. The focus of today's interaction is to create the context for us to understand the basic tenets of strategic direction. And implicit in any strategic direction is the issue about the vision and mission of an organization. So by the end of this lecture, it is expected that we will have a fair understanding of what vision and mission statements entails, why they are even important in the first place, and how you can come up with a vision or a mission statement of your current or any intended organization that you have in mind. Yes. Hopefully, after the first leg, then we will continue with internal analysis of the business environment. All right, so let's start with vision statements. But do you all have access to the slides? I mean, the ones I shared right after our class last week.
Yes, please.
So the expectation is that you should have gone through it in order for us to be focusing more on aspects where you may be having challenges understanding. But of course, I'm also aware that a number of you may be taking this course for the first time. So I will try as much as possible to also bring the discussion to their level so that they will equally benefit from all that will transpire in class. Fundamentally, when we talk about vision, a company's vision, it is an outline of whatever the company wants to become in the foreseeable future. normally the time horizon is very, very long. So in about 10 years time to come, in about 5 years time to come, depending on the going concern mentality, which is shaping the proceedings in the organization. So a vision can be described as a company's presentation of their long-term aspirations. In other words, what they aim to be like or achieve in the foreseeable future. Now, the moment you put this description in a statement form, then we characterize it as a vision statement. So in the strict sense of it, vision statements can be described as an outline of the long-term aspirations of an organization, particularly with reference to what this organization aims to achieve in the future. On that score, vision statements or vision of an organization seeks to answer a fundamental question, which is, what do we want to become? What do we want to become? And by clarifying this question, the organization does justice to a description of what their long-term aspiration constitutes. And that will even help in communicating to all other stakeholders associated with the organization to understand in their mind's eye what sort of efforts they should bring on board to help this vision become realized. For managers and executives in an organization, it is very much important for them to agree on this fundamental question, or what should constitute the vision of the organization. Other than that, all the stakeholders in the organization will be pulled to all kinds of direction, which will not be in unison. And that is a dangerous step to be taken as an entity. As much as possible, the vision should be bringing everyone to a common place. It should not rather be disintegrating the entire entity from the point of immersion. Consequently, we can discern that vision statements seeks to serve by directing all the actions and decisions of stakeholders of an organization, particularly the workforce that are going to work very hard in it towards the realization of this vision, by providing them a clear picture of what the organization is aiming to achieve in the future. And once this picture is clear, then it can also motivate and incentivize every member in the organization to contribute their quota. Okay, so if the fundamental question that every vision or vision statement is supposed to answer is, what do we want to become? What does this entail? Or what does this mean for the organization and its stakeholders? In order for this question to become relevant to members of the organization, it is expected that this vision statement, which is expected to communicate what the organization wants to become, should be parsimonious. So in other words, it should be short, preferably one sentence, so that as many managers as possible should have their input captured into it. And what this means is that the final product of a vision statement that is expected to serve as the future picture of what the organization wants to become is supposed to be an outcome of several inputs, contributions from all that matter in the organization, particularly from their representatives or managers. And once these are consolidated into a statement, then they can identify it, which means the processes leading to the development of a vision statement is a continuous activity until it gets to a point where the vision statement is crafted. And it invites a lot of inputs and contribution from several stakeholders in the organization. Again, the statement is also expected to be an optimistic statement about what business would look like in the future. So when we say the statement should be an optimistic statement, it simply seeks to communicate that it simply means that the vision statement is expected to reflect an aspirational view, something that is very, very positive about the company's future. If what the company wants to become in the future is in itself intrinsically inspiring or very positive, then it will go a long way to motivate everyone that is trying to help it come into realization to be energized and motivated enough to champion it, as opposed to a situation where it will be more pessimistic. That in itself will not incentivize individuals to contribute assiduously towards its realization. So as much as possible, the statement should be an optimistic statement, encouraging one. It is also supposed to exhibit an utopian outcome, which simply seeks to communicate that the statement should focus on the outcome and not the actions that will bring you there or the actions that will lead to the outcome. And that is why in my introductory remark, I mentioned that the vision statement is supposed to provide a pictorial, a visual representation of what the organization wants to become, but not how it will be able to become whatever it wants to become. In other words, whenever you are crafting a vision statement, it is important for your efforts to emphasize the ideal outcome or the ideal end state that you are trying to become. In other words, the ultimate goal that you may want the organization to aspire in achieving, rather than bringing out the day-to-day details that will result in the achievement of your annual objectives and eventually culminate to the attainment of your long-term objectives. The fine details are okay, but they have no place in the crafting of a vision statement. The vision statement is supposed to bring out the ultimate outcome, and that is what we conceptualize as the utopian outcome. And lastly, the vision statement is also supposed to reveal the type of business that the firm is trying to embark on, the type of business that the firm engages in. And this is important for several reasons. On top of my head, one of the reasons why it is important for the vision statement to also demarcate the type of business of the firm is that will bring about high level of clarity and focus. Because if you are crafting a vision statement that does not clearly articulate the business side, it will also create higher level of confusion for both your internal and external stakeholders in understanding what the company does. And this will prevent them from aligning their efforts appropriately. But once you are able to demarcate the boundaries of the type of business, then that will also energize them to align their expectations and their efforts appropriately. And this, again, will go a long way to provide a clear direction for the planning of the organization's strategy, because the clarity of the type of business will ensure that all the business activities that are going to be championed appropriately align with the industry where you are focusing in and also the competencies that you have. So if you are into a telecommunication business, then that will mean that some of the core competencies you cannot compromise on is the procurement of a cutting-edge technology that can set your operations apart from that of your rivals, right? And that will mean that strategically you will have to be championing an innovation strategy that will always put you ahead of your rivals. And that will also mean that whoever is interested in dealing with you should know at the end of the day, the products or services of the company is expected to be primarily within the telecommunication space of your environments. The vision statement's connotation of the firm's business engagement will also sort of give the company a brand identity. Because if you're able to explicitly mention the business type in your vision statement creatively, that will reinforce the company's identity and differentiate you from other companies that may be championing, that may be in the same line of business, but having a different vision altogether. And one last thing I can add, as far as the benefits of indicating the business type as part of your vision statement, is that it can also be an avenue to even attract potential employees. And this is important because when you are scouting for talented workforce in your organization, and prior to their visit to your premises, they will at least scan your website and look at some of the things that you are doing out there. And that will become the basis for they agreeing to come or not. In other words, if you are championing a vision that does not coincide or conflict with their ethics, then that will be an opportunity for them to not come on board. But if it is something that they see as very much fruitful to the well-being of mankind and the general society, then that will be also a good opportunity for them to come on board. Excuse me, I'll be with you soon. Just 1 minute. All right. So are there any questions so far before we proceed? Okay.
Hello,
Yes,
Doc.
Stem.
Hello, sir. I want to find out from you the situation where you find yourself with these SMEs in Ghana, where we can say with certainty that not all of them have this kind of strategy or strategic plans about their businesses. If you find yourself in the position of management where you get to know that, okay, the company I work with does not have any strategic plans and they just react to competitors' decisions. How do
Yeah.
you go about this strategy recommendation to your boss so that he may also not say that you want to show off yourself with some level of, let's say you want to show yourself off or you
That is, you should, so that you don't come across as too known, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. And that is a very interesting question. In fact, beside the SMEs, some of the formal organizations that are also into profit making do not necessarily have any formalized strategic plan or strategy in place that they are championing. They are almost always influenced by the dictates of their competitors and the business environment. And when that happens, you will never be in charge because you will be operating in what we call in strategic management as you will be operating instead of being in charge and operating in the seeking mode, you are rather going to be operating in a waiting mode, which means that it is the environment and the happenings of your competitors that dictates what you do. And that will never keep you in control of what you want to achieve. So the recommendation is that as much as possible, depending on the nature of SME or the type of SME business that you are championing, you will have to now do a lot of the thinking and put together some few pointers that can be used to convince the members of your organization at the higher level that are approachable. And this is important because once you are able to get your thoughts clearly pointed out in one page or two, and you are also able to convince them to buy into your ideas. Sometimes the ideas you are having may even be sketchy, but the moment you start the conversation with them and you point them to the benefits that some other SMEs that are championing strategic management are getting, then they will start buying into the ideas by perhaps also making other interesting recommendations that can be used to fine-tune the recommendations that you are bringing to them. And over time, that sort of brainstorming will go on for them to understand the angle you are coming from and also facilitate the development of a strategy that they themselves will feel they own. Because if you sit at one end, design something, and expect that by presenting it to these higher ups, they will accept it and implement it wholeheartedly. That one, even in other formal organizations that have yielded fruitful results from strategic management, well, that is not how it starts. So you will have to start from the gradual approach dimension by putting some few points together, which you think at the moment are not happening in your establishment, but you believe once they are integrated with your current activities, it can help propel you to a higher height. Once you put these together, then you get some few members that are approachable, and you have a discussion, a dispassionate one with them concerning some of these propositions, and you listen to what they will say. From the outset, you are likely to get it shut down because change management is something that does not come with ease. And with persistence and the use of different approaches, and what I mean by different approaches is that maybe the time that you presented these ideas was not right. So you may have to find an appropriate time where you think it is more convenient and more receptible. And you try it on one or two people that you think can equally help push that agenda. And once you're able to sell it to them and they also make their input, the conversation can be escalated for it to be embraced and eventually developed as a baby of the organization that they will all perceive that they own, or they are all helping to nurture. If you approach it that way, I think it will work. Any other question?
Yes, Doc.
Yes, go on.
Hello. Okay, yes. Per the vision, you made
Yes.
us understand that a vision statement should be short, which is preferably one sentence.
Yeah.
There is something I have noticed. There are some multinational firms
Uh-huh.
who are into high-end infrastructure.
Okay.
And when you see their vision statement, it's more than a paragraph,
Uh-huh.
which makes it difficult for one to remember or even picture in his or her mind.
Yeah.
And when you draw the attention of even, let's say, their big men, those who are in top management, and just ask them a simple question: what is our organization's vision statement? They tell you, I don't know.
Uh-huh. And that is the challenge we are all envisaging to correct in the long run. The idea of having multiple sentences, multiple paragraphs to communicate your vision statements is something that has not worked over time. And best practice suggests that even the drafters of these vision statements tend to they tend to get confused along the line when they are not able to put it in a simple but receptible balance. So as much as possible, the admonishment is that irrespective of the line of business you find yourself, you can have at the, how do you call it, at the infancy stage or at the development stage, you can be having that bulk series of statements, which is fine. But once the clarity is there, it is expected that we reduce it to something that is more parsimonious. There is also another idea about this vision statement as far as its shortness is concerned. A lot of authorities liken it to the miniskirt principle. The miniskirt principle, which means that the statement should be long enough to cover all the vital parts that the company seeks to achieve in the foreseeable future. But it should also be short enough to be very much attractive and retainable by whoever wants to connect with the organization. Please, it's my explanation for the mini-scale principle of Wiener clear.
Yes, please.
So you all know how mini-scales look like. At least we are all adults.
Yes, please.
At the end of the day, it should be long enough not to reveal some vital parts. We are also expecting that when you craft a vision statement, it should be long enough to cover all the salient points or ideas that communicates exactly what the organization wants to become. But in the same vein, it should be short to be more attractive for whoever wants to retain it in their memory or to identify with it to be able to connect. All right. And that is this one, I am not making it up. They call it the mini-scale principle. And these are some specific examples of vision statement, which I believe you have already gone through, ranging from that of Microsoft to that of Amazon or Amazon, depending on the secondary school you attended. So we will transition to mission. Hello, Sam.
Doc.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, sir.
Yes, go on.
Yeah, I'm just looking at one of the vision statements of a company, let's say Fidelity Bank.
Okay.
Their vision is to inspire and transform lives. And under this, they have stated that inspiring and transforming lives through smart banking, meaningful partnership, and a commitment to growth that benefits everyone we serve. So, in line with the one statement, how do we
Yeah.
map these two that they have stated on their website?
So what they are trying to do is that they want to explain clearly what the specific components of their statement means. Can you repeat it again?
Yes, sir.
The first statement, repeat it again. Let me see.
To inspire and transform lives.
Very good. To inspire and transform lives. So when you say this, it is parsimonious enough to communicate to all stakeholders of Fidelity Bank. And the subsequent clarifications they provided will give you an idea of some of the stakeholders that they are trying to inspire through their banking. And so go on with the clarification and let me see.
Inspiring and transforming lives through smart banking, meaningful partnership, and commitment to growth and benefits, a commitment to growth that benefits everyone we serve.
So over here, they are touching on several components that come to bear when it comes to the crafting of a vision statement. They are saying something about their the idea that they have their customers at heart. They are also projecting something about their intention to grow. And that is why they are talking about growth and those kind of things, which will signal to both their shareholders and other stakeholders that when you partner with them or you invest your money with Fidelity Bank, in the long run, you are going to get substantial returns for it. So they are trying to inspire others through their vision, particularly their customers and other key stakeholders that is going to partner with them. And they are also demonstrating that they are going to create this inspiration through the use of technology. Very soon, we'll be coming to some of these components that are expected to take a center stage when you are creating vision and mission statements. But as much as possible, the statement itself should be very straight to the short and straight to the point. And once that is determined, you can now provide other explanations to help set the boundaries as far as the stakeholders that are going to benefit from that particular inspiration is concerned. All right. And if we even peruse the ones that we have on our screen now, you will realize they also have an intention of not only satisfying their employees or customers, but other would-be investors. Okay, so if you take Access Bank, they are saying to be the world's most respected African bank. Now, to say you want to stand out as the most respected African bank, it means that that level of prestige, once it is attained, will go a long way to improve the reputation of the workers, the investors. It will also mean that in terms of growth, you are aspiring to always be the leader, if not among the leaders. And so if you're able to create a statement in this regard, then it gives room for all these etc. gaps to be adequately captured in it. Instead of specifying everything that you intend to become in the future, which may end up occupying about a whole, about 5 or 6 paragraphs. So that is a parsimonious way of crafting your vision statement. I hope your question is answered.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Now, mission statements. So was there another question?
Yes, I have a question.
Oscar.
My question is, vision statements are meant to be achieved in the long run, if I get to.
So say it again. Did you say mission or vision?
Vision.
No, we are talking about vision also.
Vision. I'm talking about vision.
Yes, in the long run, yeah.
Yeah, so after achieving them, do you have to come out with another vision statement, or you still have to go with the same statement since it's been achieved already?
Okay. So it all depends on the time horizon of the organizational setup. For instance, if you are you are running a company and you have in mind that even when you, the owner, you are not there, the company is still expected to thrive and continue to operate beyond you. And that is what the accounting and finance people say, going concern. If that is your aspiration, then your vision statement should be all encompassing. It shouldn't be something that will be achieved after, it's something that will come to an end after the 5 or 10-year period. So what rather you should be able to do is that avoid bringing specifics into it. Avoid bringing specifics so that with the passage of time, you may just have to revise it to be more realistic to the current happenings of your business environment. All right. So now mission statements. Unlike vision statements, that creates an impression, a picture of what an organization is striving to become in the foreseeable future. Mission statements, on the other hand, seeks to express the purpose or the reason for which a particular organization is in existence. And when it is properly articulated, it also helps to differentiate a given organization from another one. For that reason, we say that the focus of mission statements is on the actions that will be taken to attain the vision. You remember when I was characterizing the vision statements, one of the things that I emphasized on was that it should focus on an utopian outcome. That is, the ideal end state that the company is trying to become. And I also indicated that we shouldn't focus on the specific details that will culminate to the attainment of this ideal end states. That is the work of mission statement. So mission statements are supposed to rather communicate the series of steps or actions that will help in realizing the vision. And so it ends up revealing what an organization wants to become and whom it wants to serve through the actions it will be detailing. In different jurisdictions, vision statements may be conceptualized differently as creed statement, statement of purpose, statement of philosophy, statement of belief, business principle, and what have you. But irrespective of how they may embrace it or conceptualize it, mission statements must be enduring to indicate the intended purpose for our current actions in the pursuit of the vision of the organization. So you can also look at mission statement or a mission of an organization as a statement that identifies the boundaries or the scope of a firm's operations. Because it is these operations or activities that will help in championing or achieving the vision of an organization. On that score, mission or mission statements seeks to answer a number of fundamental questions. And these include the kind of business that the organization is into, the kind of products that they are trying to bring out, the target markets of the organization. So when I say target markets or the target group, I'm referring to the targeted customers or clients that are going to patronize the goods and services of the organization. So if mission statements are adequately crafted, then it will be in a position to specify the kind of organization that is in question, why it exists, and how they do what they do, particularly by indicating the operational activities or facets of the organization. Now, some specific examples of mission statements are currently in display to signify what they can look like, which I believe you have already gone through in your scan of the materials that I gave you. So Google is saying they want to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. They want to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful, which implicitly communicates that if you are an individual that wants to get access to credible information, then your geographical location should not be a hindrance. Google is simply saying that if you patronize their search engines or any of their platforms to navigate the world, then any information that you are trying to get your hands on should be made available to you. And that is why they are in existence, to make information universally accessible. Nike is also saying they are trying to bring inspiration and innovation to every athlete in the world. Bring inspiration and innovation to every athlete in the world, which means if you decide to use any of Nike products or their apparel, particularly for exercise and sporting activities, then that alone should be able to motivate you to achieve your targets in that sports discipline or exercise discipline, and to also give you an edge over whoever you may be competing with. All right. Now, how do you end up developing these mission and vision statements? There are several strategies that you can use, but the recurring ones that is available as per best practices and authorities from strategic management, including David and David, is that the final outcome of a particular vision or mission statement is not a one-time event. The final outcome, like the fidelity one that Sam was talking about, or the ones that I've showcased so far, that final outcome of a vision or a mission statement does not come overnight. It's not a one-time event. Rather, it is the outcome of a painstaking, concerted efforts that involved all and sundry that matter in an organization. So the most widely approach that can be used in forging vision and mission statements is by following these 5 thematic areas that I have on my screen. These 5 thematic areas that I have on my screen. The bottom line is that the development and administration of any vision and mission statements is not supposed to be the outcome of the efforts of a singular person. It shouldn't be the singular effort of maybe the manager of the company or the HR of the organization or the head of departments of your units. Rather, it should be an offspring of dedicated, positive-minded people that want to witness incredible fortunes for an organization. So, generally speaking, a clear vision and mission statements are needed before you can even commence your development of a strategy to be adopted by the organization, because it is this vision and mission statement that are going to serve as the lighthouse that will be directing all efforts in the organization towards a unison. So the first point over here is to indicate that there is the need for you to select articles about similar statements and ask all managers to read these statements in order to give a context or a background to what they may end up forging for the organization. Simply put, the first stage in the development of any given mission or vision statement is to pull several ones from maybe libraries, from the daily newspapers, these days from internet and from other management books. And that will be a point of reference to ignite that thinking in the manager's mind on what they may also come out with for their organization. Now, besides giving this information to the managers, you can also task them to do their own search, right? And also task them to do their own search. And all these points, as far as presenting similar vision and mission statements to managers to read and familiarize themselves with how they can also forge one for their company, it's what we call preparation or background reading. Preparation or background reading. So the first point is all about preparation and background reading. It is called preparation because it gives the managers an opportunity to prepare and equip themselves on what a vision statement and a mission statement should look like, particularly for other organizations that are currently thriving in the same or different line of business. And once this preparation and background reading is championed by the managers, then the second stage commences, which is where you ask the managers themselves to prepare a vision and mission statement for the organization. At this point in time, these managers that you have put together are expected to be working independently. Independently. And it is important for them to work independently because the moment you ask them to work as a panel or as a group, then you are likely to experience a phenomenon we call social loafing, wherein immediately the first manager or the first two managers put out their expectations or their views on what should constitute the vision and mission of the company. Then the rest of the panel are just going to concur or agree with the submissions, thereby and so they may end up hiding or pushing down their thoughts or their views, which perhaps could have been much more interesting or superior to the initial ones that have been submitted. And that is the philosophy behind the idea of allowing the managers to operate independently in crafting their own vision and mission statements for the organization. So you will give them some time, depending on the urgency of the situation at your disposal. You may give them a week. If you have more time at your disposal, then you can even decide to give them up to about a month. But it all depends on the circumstances that you are dealing with. Once you've given them ample time to do their own research and now formulate their own vision and mission statements for the targeted organization, then it becomes necessary to trigger the third stage, which is where you will set up a committee or set out one person to be the facilitator for the developments that are going to come from these managers. So a facilitator or a committee of top managers should then merge these statements into a single document and distribute the drafts back to all the managers. The essence of also putting out a committee to synchronize all the independent ideas developed by the different managers is that it is supposed to help put the varied ideas side by side into a single document in order for all and sundry to have a holistic appreciation of the submissions that are being put forth by the varied managers. And once this is synchronized or put together side by side into a single document, then this is communicated back to the independent managers to now reconsider it. Now, at this point, it is important for them to also reconsider the new document, which is presenting the holistic picture to them on their own before they come back as a group. And the essence of doing this is for them to introspectively consider the utility of their initial submitting along that of what other managers are also submitting, so that they are able to now critique not only their submission, but that of other managers. And if need be, perhaps revise their own with some of the inputs that they are getting, or side with some superior submission that may now be found on that holistic document. Now, once that particular stage is also exhausted, then they communicate back to the committee or the facilitator, who then requests for modifications, some additions or additions and some subtractions or deletions, so that so that in the long run, the ideas of the entire document will converge at a point. The import of this deliberation is also to help rank the crafted vision and mission statements in order of priority, based on the ones that tend to be more promising and the ones that will not stand the test of time if they are adopted. So that modification, addition, subtraction stage will go back and forth until there is the development of a revised document, which is consented to or agreed upon by all the stakeholders that were involved in the forger of the vision and mission statement. And once there is a consensus on the statements that are more superior and promising for the organization, then that approved document is eventually communicated to all members of the organization. Now, the reason why the final outcome is necessary to be communicated to all facets of the organization is that in the long run, it is these individuals or employees in the organization who might have not been involved in the crafting of the vision statement that are expected to identify with it and direct their efforts towards its realization. So it makes logical sense that the final approved document is eventually communicated to all that matter, irrespective of their locus in the organization, for them to identify with it. Now, a number of benefits accrue when companies get to champion the development of vision and mission statements in a collaborative manner like this, rather than giving it out to a single person in the organization or maybe outside the organization to champion it. And some of the benefits is that it will end up creating a buy-in mentality for all that matter in the organization, particularly the managers who are expected to be representing their units or departments. And that were involved in the preparation and finalization of the vision and mission statement. Once you will get to involve all these managers in the creation process, it will increase their commitment. And it wouldn't be surprising to also realize that these managers might have been tapping knowledge from their various constituents that they are leading, right? So we say it will create a buy-in mentality, which is very good. Another benefit for the use of this all-encompassing approach to the development of vision and mission statement is that it will ensure that across the organization, everyone is working towards the same goal, or everyone is working towards the same vision and mission. Especially once you are done and you communicate it to them. This is going to end up guiding, it is going to end up serving as a guiding principle. And so once you involve them from the outset and you eventually communicate it to them, then that will help create some level of alignment and consistency across the various organizations in terms of the efforts that they will be putting across. Any question as far as the development of vision and mission statements tentatively is concerned? Any question? All right. Can you tell me some of the importance or benefits of having a vision or a mission statement for an organization? Just unmute your microphone and tell me some. What do you think are some of the benefits that an organization will gain when they have in place a vision and a mission statement? What are some of the benefits?
Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning, Martin.
Yes, I believe that vision and mission statements gives the company a clear direction for the future.
Okay. Which means that without vision and mission statement, the company will just be reacting to stimuli in the environment, and they will be pulled to all kinds of direction, and that will not help them be in charge or be in control of their own affairs. As much as possible, companies, when they have these mission and vision statements in place, they are expected to be operating from a proactive standpoint. A proactive standpoint that will give them that level of control and charge of their affairs, instead of being in a reactive, operating from a reactive standpoint. Okay. And that is what those strategic managers say, waiting mode and seeking mode. So proactive standpoint will mean that the company is operating from a seeking mode, and they will be devoid of some reactive sentiments or knee-jerk reaction, where they are always, yes. Any other points? Benefits of vision and mission statement?
I think it stops the organization from chasing every opportunity, since you are guided by the vision and the mission of it.
Exactly. So if there are some recurring opportunities and the resources and capabilities you have in the interim cannot be put together to seize that opportunity, you just have to focus you focus on your path and you champion it. And it is that consistency that would bring the desired results we are looking out for, instead of always chasing after the sentiments and events or trends in your community of practice. Yes. Any other?
Okay, sir. To add up, it gives the institution some sort of clarity when it comes to marketing their brand.
Precisely. So once you know where you are going to and how you want to get there, as far as your current existence is concerned, then you are clear in your mind your target markets. You are clear in your mind your target markets. And that will also inform even your marketing strategy, the sort of marketing and research you will conduct to determine the branding of your products, the needs of your targeted customers, the pricing of your products, how you even promote them and all that. Okay. Any other? I'm seeing a lot of comments.
Hello, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
It reduces the dysfunctionality of managers, thereby ensuring goal congruence.
Okay, so when you say it reduces the dysfunctionality, you said the dysfunctionality of what?
Of top managers.
Of top managers. Okay, so when we say top managers are dysfunctional, it implies that the benefits or the fundamental actions that these top managers are expected to be executing, they are not actually doing them. And that is what I mean by the point that you'll be influenced by the direction of the wind. You'll be pulled to all kinds of directions. In order to attain this goal congruence, there is the need for the vision and mission statement to direct the specific contribution that these functional managers are bringing on board. And that will bring that alignment of their interim goal attainments and the attainment of long-term goals as well. And one last contribution. Who will give us the last point? I'm seeing interesting points in the comments. So some are saying there is clarity and focus, good. Guide decision making, of course. In fact, not just decision making, but it also guides resource allocation, because the vision and mission statement will clarify the priority areas of the organization. And this will require that such priority areas do not experience resource constraints. There is the need to provide the right quality and quantity of resources to all these priority areas. And this will be determined by the vision and mission statements. Build external credibility. Yes, external credibility in the sense that beyond the organization, anybody that is either competing with you or trading with you will take you serious, that you know what you are about. It encourages competitive advantage. Okay, it helps build trust and loyalty with customers. Provide a benchmark for measuring progress and success. Precisely. On what basis will you know that you are on the right path? Or whatever you are doing now, you will have to speed up or improve your activities. It is the vision that you have in mind that is going to be more or less like a lighthouse directing your sail to your destination. So clear mission and vision statement also attracts investors, partners, and also build customers' trust and loyalty. Precisely so. All right. Now let's go and look at some characteristics that mission statements. Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. From your
Yeah.
perspective, do you think that in as much as you have your vision statement clearly stated, mission statement clearly stated, which says as a direction for the organization, do you think that there are other short-term situations that can throw off gear all the mission statement and the vision statement you have crafted for the organization that will bring back everything to square zero?
Oh, yes. COVID-19 is a typical example of how some forces within and particularly outside the organization can destabilize and help you revise all your vision and mission statements. Prior to the inception of COVID-19, if you were trying to convince companies to embrace digitization as a tool to champion their operations, they will look at you and think, you are trying to just sell a product to me that will not only provide me any utility, but we are all witnesses to the impact of COVID-19 and how, for instance, for universities, how it's revolutionized normal teaching interactions or normal lecturer-student relationships to a level where now you can run a whole university without necessarily meeting your students face-to-face. So the answer is yes. And in fact, there is a question at the end of this particular slide. No, I think it's rather on the LMS that having vision and mission statements properly crafted for an organization necessary. Is it sufficient for the company to excel? It is a discussion forum over there, which I will expect all of you to go there and contribute your voice. Sam, I don't know if your question is answered.
It's answered, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so the characteristics of mission statements. Just a minute. All right, so David and David.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, hello.
Yes, please, I have a question.
Okay.
Does the crafting of a mission and vision statement inure to, let's say, the progress of an organization? Just the mission and vision statement.
Oh, but that is just the question I asked, and I said it's even on the I've created what do you call it? A forum for discussion on the LMS.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That is what I meant.
Okay.
And I don't want to give you all the answers now. I want to first of all see how the discussion will go. Then I will come in to give you some pointers. Is it clear?
Yes, please.
Yeah. And I think last year, I don't remember very well, but I think there was a question like that in the exams. But don't worry, we'll get there.
Okay.
So please make sure you go onto the LMS platform, and I'm expecting each and every one of you to contribute in that discussion forum. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes, hello.
Yes, sir. This is Seven Abofo.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So, what if there's a company which already has their mission and vision, but then it's not up to what we have discussed today? Would we have to go through the widely approaches as stated earlier, or we can just form a committee and just update the mission and vision?
Yes. So it's to be honest with you, the corridors of power in such an organization will not even welcome you when you say you are trying to overhaul the whole thing. So you can approach it cautiously by saying, looking at how your business has evolved and how the business terrain is also maintaining now, it will be proper if the vision and mission statements are updated to meet the current trends and taste of your customers. Once you approach it that way and then you tackle it with a committee, then they will welcome such an idea for it to be fine-tuned.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. So David and David are saying that if you comb through all the companies that are thriving, that are excelling in their community of practice, and are also highly emulated by competing organizations that also want to excel, there are some fundamental characteristics that their mission statements contain. And these are the 9 characteristics we have on our screen. The 9 characteristics that we have on our screen. So the first is that such organizations have been able to craft out a mission statement that is broad in scope without specifying exactly what they are trying to achieve. It should be broad in scope without specifying exactly what they are trying to achieve. So that's the first one. Broad in scope does not include monetary amounts, numbers, percentage, ratios, or objectives. And what does this mean? When we say a mission statement should be broad in scope, it indicates that the crafting of the visions, the outcome of the craft should not, it should avoid specifics like monetary amounts and percentages. It should avoid detailed objectives. I think that will make justice to it. When you say it should be broad in scope, it should avoid detailed objectives. So let me give an example. Instead of saying the mission of the company is to increase revenue 10% annually, right? You can rather say the mission is to drive sustainable growth. Let me repeat it again. Instead of saying that the mission is to drive revenue by 10% annually, you can rather say the mission is to drive sustainable growth. Now, the reason why it is important not to commit yourself to specifics as far as monetary amounts, numbers, and percentages are concerned is that at the time you are forging the mission, that 10% may make sense, but some months or years into the pursuit of that mission, you will realize that 10% is no longer realistic, or it will not be it will not be a metric that can guarantee the success story of the company that you are working for. So as much as possible, we say it should be broad in scope. But when we come to your annual objectives, then you can clarify some of these percentages or monetary amounts over there. Then the second one is that, the second one is that it should be fewer than 150 words in length. And that is the point we were talking about earlier on when we said it should be parsimonious. 150 words is actually long, but we don't expect you to go beyond that. The moment you go beyond 150 words, then you are getting into paragraphs or series of statements that may end up becoming convoluted. convoluted and eventually entangle or confuse whoever is trying to make sense of the statement. Then, so the bottom line of the second point is that it should be concise. Thirdly, it should be inspiring. And what we mean by the statement being a source of inspiration is that it should be able to motivate or engage all the stakeholders of that particular company. So the statements, the mission statement should be able to motivate employees to contribute their quota. It should also be able to incentivize customers to patronize the services or the goods of the company. Once you're able to throw in an attribute or a line in that regard, then it will help your stakeholders to also be inspired and identify with your company. It should identify the utility of the firm's products. What do we mean by utility of a firm's products? What we mean here is that it should be able to articulate the benefits of the firm's services or products to the stakeholders. So if, for instance, Google say that they want to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful, what is the benefit that the stakeholders are going to get? It means irrespective of the minute location you find yourself, you can still get benefit from Google in using it to search for your information or some sort of direction. Then it should reveal that the firm is socially responsible. No stakeholder will want to associate with an organization that aspires to be dangerous or degrading to the society where they find themselves. So there should be a show of commitment to a social cause by, you should be able to derive that after reading the statements. It should also be able to reveal that the firm is environmentally responsible, particularly if the activities of the organization through their mission is going to interact directly or indirectly with the environment. And when we say environment, we are not only looking at the physical environment, but we can also think about the nature of competition you are going to have in your business environment. So we are talking about the larger business environments in its context. And that is why these days firms come out with some clauses to demonstrate their commitments to environmental sustainability. So from a financial standpoint, even finance guys, some of your financial standards of reporting require you to report on your environmental compliance and all that. So those of you that are familiar with IFRS, there is a component of it that require you to report on your organization's compliance with some of the expectations and activities that can make them sustain the environment where they are operating within. Now, the seventh one is that it should include 9 components, including customers, products or services, market, technology, concern for survival, growth or profits, philosophy, self-concepts, concern for public image, and concern for employees. So I think one of you, was it Sam or so, read out a particular statement to me from, was it Fidelity or so, which communicated a number of these 9 components. from that particular statement, I could decode their concern for customers, the service that they are going to run, the technology that they are going to use. And I think they said innovation. They also touched on an issue about their concern for survival. And that is why they were talking about this sustainability or growth and what have you. Okay, so I think Fidelity did good job by communicating all those facets. And if we integrate it further, we will be able to fish out all these other components. So the first aspect, as far as the 9 components is concerned, is the customers components, which means that you cannot survive or flourish as an organization if at the end of the day your operations will not contribute to the well-being of your customers, right? Your customers are the reason why the company exists in the first place. And so you should be able to communicate that you will serve them to the best interest of your operations. Then the aspect of products or services also seeks to communicate the kind of outcomes that the company is trying to offer. If it can be characterized as a commodity, then we label it as a product. But if it is a service, then they are offering services to the general public. It should also be able to touch on the component of the market where the firm operates. So at the end of the day, after perusing the mission statement, you should have an idea the boundaries where the firm is going to operate. And that will also influence the way you go about marketing the products or services of the firm, the way you promote the products, and the way you serve the needs of that particular target market. Technology. It is also expected that the technological components of the statement should be implicitly or explicitly communicated, wherein it will showcase the commitment of using some form of innovation to advance the cause of the organization. Concern for public image. Okay, so when we talk about the concern for public, concern for survival, growth and profits. Yes, concern for survival, growth and profit. It means that unless it is an NGO that is not intending to make profits, irrespective of how you look at the firm or the entity, it should be able to survive. So at the end of the day, there should be a clear indication that after all the actions and initiatives that are put in place to materialize the vision of the organization, the company should not collapse, but it should be able to stand the test of time. And that is a concern for survivor components. Philosophy. And when we talk about philosophy here, we are referring to the degree to which the firm will have some strong values or belief system that it will want to be identified with. And this philosophy can equally be an avenue to motivate or attract people to engage with them or to disengage with them. So if you have a philosophy to maybe contribute. Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, dog.
Yes, dog. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Yes.
Sir, we
So
can hear
these
you.
days, if you have realized, most of the tobacco companies that are producing cigarettes, all those tobacco-related products, they are deliberately and consciously making an effort to desensitize tobacco users, particularly those that smoke it, to be aware that it can have an effect, or it can have some negative repercussions for their health and well-being. So if you look at the box of some of these tobacco products, the cigarettes, they show you that it can cause heart failure, cancer, dryness of mouth, shortness of breath, and all that. Which means that in as much as they are profiting from an activity that can be dangerous to the health and well-being of smokers, they are equally making an attempt to caution the use of these products, so that if gradually you can reduce it and eventually stop, then it will go a long way to improve your health. So they have an explicit philosophy to caution users of their products. And that can be one of the ethical dilemmas that individuals that do not subscribe to smoking or alcoholism may eventually end up working for such companies. Of course, in Ghana here, some of these things here, we will do it for money because of scarcity of job. But elsewhere where there are alternative opportunities to work for other companies other than an alcoholic producing company or a tobacco manufacturing company, some of the philosophy or the ethical principle that may incentivize one to work for them, even though they are against smoking or drinking, is that of that conscious effort that the companies are making to help people desensitize from the use of some of these things. So that is the philosophy component that we expect mission statements to have. And an issue about self-concepts, wherein the firm is able to showcase clearly that they will have some strengths in the environment where they are going to compete, or they are going to have a competitive advantage. At least that will give some level of confidence that the firm knows what it is about and it is in for a long run. Then, concern for public image. So how does the firm want to be perceived by the general public? Does it want to be perceived as a company that has the interests of the general public at heart? And for that matter, it will be championing several corporate social responsibility endeavors, or it will be perceived as a company that does not serve the needs and the affairs of the general public where it is found. All these are very good in terms of creating public image and public relations for the company. Then concern for employees. It is important for the company to also forge a statement that signals that no matter how they survive, they are going to survive with their employees, who they construe as the most vital assets in their operations. And this is important because if it comes across that the company is only using employees at the expense of the employees, then these employees will also be looking over their shoulders and will not be giving out their best. But once there is that concern for employees, that will reaffirm the firm's commitment to its workforce and that it has their interests at heart. And I'm not sure if you are familiar with the social exchange theory. The social exchange theory simply contains that at any point in time, the sort of relationship that is subsisting between an organization and its employees should be mutual, such that if at any point in time the company is using the employees to their own benefits, then it will desensitize the employees to give out their best. And if employees perceive that their contribution to organizational success is being replicated, then that sort of exchange will also incentivize them to go all out, to work very hard for the company. And that is what we call the social exchange theory, which underpins the need for organizations to be concerned for their employees. Now, the eighth component of the mission statement that is expected to be available is that it should possess a reconciliatory statement. In other words, if you read the entire statement, it should come across as a statement that seeks to balance the various interests or viewpoints that may be found within the organization. It shouldn't be setting management against employees. It shouldn't be setting one union against the other, especially if you have varied unions in the company and in an environment where unionism is encouraged. Rather, it should be coming across to bring all these stakeholders or different interests that may be found in the company together. Because at the end of the day, it is the cross-functional actions and decisions of these varied unions, these varied interests, these varied departments that are supposed to mutually support each other. And that can also help in the formulation, implementation of a given strategy. But the moment the statement comes as backing one against the rest, then it will be very, very challenging. And finally, the statement should be enduring. When we say the statement should be enduring, it should be able to stand the test of time. We should not be changing the statement, the mission statement, every 6 months. We should not be changing it every year. It should be something that we can champion for at least about 5 years until it gets to a point in time where we realize, due to the monitoring outcome of our strategy implementation, there is the need for us to make some revisions or additions or subtractions. Then we can now decide to be revising the mission statement to help position the company on the right path. Other than that, we expect it to be enduring and not change with the passage of days or months. So that is what David and David suggest, that as much as possible, a properly crafted mission statement should have these features. Any question at this point? Which means if you are now going through your company's mission statements and it is broad, it is fewer than 150 words, it is not that inspiring, then you have to work around that area. If it is also not able to identify the utility of the firm's products or services, then there is a question mark. It should be, depending on the community of practice, it should be able to identify the social and environmental responsibility of the firm. And normally those two components may not come out explicitly well, because firms are almost always concerned more about their survival, growth, and profitability, and their concern for customers. But we are equally expecting it to also showcase a broader concern for several stakeholders beyond customers, to include that of even employees. It should be reconciliatory and enduring. All right. So within these characteristics, David and David are also saying that it should be able to, as much as possible, capture 9 components. 9 components. So these are the 9 components that what they stand for. Who constitute the customer of the company, the products or services that are being offered by the company, the markets where it is targeting, the technology or innovation that is going to be utilized, their concern for survival or profitability, their philosophy, which is their basic values or belief system, self-concepts, public image, and employees. Now, please use about 30 seconds to reflect on these 9 components. We are going to do a short exercise to interrogate the mission statement of PepsiCo to find out whether we will be able to identify these components in them, and our feedback or comments as to the sufficiency or otherwise of their mission statement. So take about 30 seconds to peruse these 9 components. Now, let's proceed to the mission statement of PepsiCo. Can someone volunteer to read for us? And while the person is reading, let's pay attention to the content to see whether we will be able to identify the 9 components that we just witnessed. Who is reading for us? Hey, are you able to hear me?
Yes, Doc. Doc,
You
we
made me
aspire
panic.
to make.
I thought I've been speaking to myself all this while.
Doc, please,
All right.
you are too low.
Okay, so please go on.
I said we aspire to make PepsiCo the world's 3 premium consumer products. 1, company focused on convenient foods and beverages. 2, we seek to produce healthy financial rewards for investors. 5, as we provide opportunities for growth and enrichment to our employees. That's 9. Our business partners and the communities in which we operate. And in everything we do, we strive to act with honesty, openness, fairness, and integrity.
Okay, so let me find out who read for us. Who read for us? Is it Gilbert?
Emmanuel.
Oh, Emmanuel. Okay, Emmanuel. Thank you very much. But there is something I want you to do for me. Emmanuel, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Doc.
So this time around, please read it, but don't pay attention to the numberings within the statements. Okay.
Okay.
Go on.
We aspire to make PepsiCo the world's premium consumer products. Sorry, we aspire to make PepsiCo the world's premium consumer products company. Product company focused on convenient foods and beverages. We seek to produce healthy financial rewards for investors as we provide opportunities for growth and enrichment to our employees, our business partners, and the communities in which we operate. In everything we do, we strive to act with honesty, openness, fairness, and integrity.
Okay, thank you very much. Based on Ima's reading and our interrogation of PepsiCo's mission statement, in fact, as we speak, they have even revised this one, but the textbooks on strategic management keeps making reference to this, their old mission statement. So based on this particular mission statement, are you able to identify some of the 9 components embedded in the statement?
Yes.
Yes, then.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can
Yes,
hear you.
sir.
So what are some of the components that are embedded in the statement? What are some of the components?
Okay, sir. For me, in terms of the markets, which is the third component, it is captured in the first line. We aspire to make PepsiCo the world's premier customer product. So they are focusing on what? The world, not just limited to a particular region, but then geographically, they are talking about the world. That's the market in which they intend to capture.
Precisely. Which means that from the outset, PepsiCo is trying to serve the entire world. The beverages that they churn out is not only for the American or European market, but they are saying geography shouldn't be a hindrance to their products and their sales, right? So that is the first thing. What else? So you raise up your hand,
Please,
I'll call you.
about
the
the
business.
food and
Okay, Emmanuel.
Yeah,
Doc, please,
they talk about their business. They are into. That's the foods and beverages.
Okay,
That's the
so
service they provide. That's the service they provide.
take your
the
time.
products and services.
We see to so which line should I be reading?
Focus on
Focus
convenient
conveniently
foods and beverages.
Foods and beverages.
And beverages. And you said that's is what kind of components?
That's the business they are into. It's what the business
No.
or the service they
No,
provide.
Doc,
The
is
service,
the
yeah.
product or services?
Exactly, the products.
Product or
Food and
services?
beverages. Very good. Yes. And what else?
Junior. Okay.
So, number 5,
Yes.
as we provide opportunity for growth
some of you have your microphones on, which is having a different conversation from what we are having. So please, if you are not on the floor, then you mute your microphone for me. So Kingsford.
Yes, sir. As we provide opportunity for growth and enrichment to our employees, that's the survival and growth and profitability.
Precisely. Okay, so that is a show of concern that they want to survive or grow. All right, what else? What else? Any other? Let me see the chats. We'll be seeing number 2, talk about profits. Number 2, profits. Really, debut. Okay, maybe I did. We seek produce healthy financial rewards for. No, that will not be number 2. Providing financial rewards for investors. No, that will not be number 2.
Doc, hello.
Yeah, hello.
Doc, we seek to produce healthy financial rewards for investors. That one is for the survival, growth, and profitability.
Yes, that also resonates with the survivor, growth, and profitability. And you can also say it creates an impression that they have the interests of their stakeholders, particularly investors, at heart. Okay, what else?
Okay, Doc.
Yeah.
Looking at the last statement, it says, and in everything we do, we strive to act with honesty, openness, fairness, and integrity. This falls under concern for their public image.
concern for their public image. You can also, so that
Consent
one
for
is
employee.
come again, consent for
Employee.
Public image.
No, that one is more about the public image and their
Consent for society.
Consent for society, yes. So that is where you can put that particular one. But there is a consent for employees embedded in it. Look carefully.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That one is as we provide opportunities for growth and enrichment to our employees.
Precisely.
That's number 5.
That is their concern for employees. Emmanuel.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Emmanuel.
Doc, please, how about our business partners and the communities? Does that one also fall under the public image?
So which paragraph are you reading?
The paragraph that says
here.
Our business.
Yes, that will also fall under the public image. Yes, the public image.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. In fact, this statement, which is the last one, can equally be a reflection of their philosophy because they are talking about some attributes or beliefs such as honesty, openness, fairness, and integrity. You see?
Doc.
So they want to
Doc, I want to ask a question. Sorry to cut you.
Yes, okay, go on.
Sorry to cut you, Doc. What about technology? God, that one I've not seen it here in the statement.
Yes. So the thing is that sometimes there is not every mission statement that you come across that will have all the 9 components. Okay, so in this particular instance, we don't have the component for technology part of it. In fact, we don't even have the component for distinctive capabilities that they may be using also embedded in it.
So, right. No, I want to ask, so with the components, how many should we expect, or how many should be in the statement, in the mission statement?
As many as possible. As many as possible. Because these are the indicators that resonate with some of the companies that are thriving. In fact, it is characterized as one of the best practices of the Fortune 100 companies and all those top companies that are flourishing in their various lines of business. And that is why we are expecting companies that are also aspiring to be at the same pedestal to accommodate some of these sentiments or components in their forger of mission statements. But the idea is that you should also not be fixated about getting everything into it. At the end of the day, don't just end up crafting it as something that will reside on a sheet of paper, but it should be something that actually reflects your operations or activities on the ground. Please, what I'm saying, do you understand it? You can't just be communicating that you have the interest or concern for survival when in all aspects of your operations, you are downsizing and you're also closing branches in order to survive as an entity. You are laying people off left, right, center because you want to maintain the allowances that top managers are receiving. Okay, so everything that you are able to capture into your mission statement should be a reflection of the things you are going to practice or the things you are practicing, and not something that is going to be on a sheet of paper for as part of the checkbox or the checklist that you will be dealing with whenever you are meeting would-be investors or other stakeholders that you may be engaging with. All right. Any other observation? Okay, if there are no other observations,
Hello, sir.
yes.
Yes, sir. So my question is that when we look at the 9 components, there are
Yes.
some companies or institutions that are not profit making.
Uh-huh.
So does that mean that we can use some of the components and not necessarily using all the 9 components?
Okay, so if the motive of the company is not to be making profit, then you can minor on commentaries about profits. You can minor on comments about profit, but all these non-profit making organizations will need to survive so that they can serve their targeted clients. So in place of profits, you can talk about survival and how will they be able to survive in there. Please, is it clear?
Yes, sir. Looking at the survival components, looking at government institutions per se,
Uh-huh.
those organizations that do not make
Target
profit.
profit, yeah.
Yes, what they do is they get um support from the government or grants from donor funding organizations.
Yeah. And it is expected that they use those funds judiciously in order to render substantial benefits to the citizens that they are serving. And so there is the need for them to even, the use of these funds has to be appropriately done so that they can survive and go back for refunding. And that is why these days, a lot of government agencies come across as being ridiculed under the Public Accounts Committee. Because if you look at some of their spendings and you juxtapose it to the way a single individual may have run their own private organization, you realize that there is more room for improvement. So whatever the case may be, at the end of the day, you should be able to survive. And this survival will be contingent on your ability to account for your actions and inactions so that you can continually secure the funding and the support from all the avenues that you are getting to stay afloat in terms of your operations. Otherwise, it will get to a point where governments will be cutting down all their spending in such corporations. Not because they're spending, their spending in you is bad, but because there is no value for money. And that will ultimately affect your survival because once these spendings are also cut, you will not be able to serve your targeted clients appropriately. And if service is compromised, then a lot of criticism and setback will be coming back not only to the organization, but to the government. So it's a vicious cycle when it comes to the survival of every organization, particularly if you are looking beyond profits. Okay. I have a short assignment for you, which you are to tackle and put together for our which will be presented in class when we have our face-to-face interaction. I am hoping that as much as possible, by the time we get to, so the face-to-face session will be week what? Is it week 5? Is it week 4 or week 5? Who has an idea? I think week 5. So please, class reps, I have been made to understand that this class is a measure of January and September intake students.
January and June.
January and June intake, thank you. So what I'll do is that I now have the class lists available. And the class will be divided into subgroups depending on the number of students we have in each of the cohorts, at least into 4 groups. And then each of the groups are expected to attempt this assignment by coming out with mission statements and commenting on the adequacy or otherwise of the mission statements. In the previous years, what we do is that each of the groups will present their mission statements, drawing lessons from the characteristics and the 9 components. And after presentation, the class will give you feedback. And last year, one of the groups, I think the lady has eventually come out with, has developed the product out of that small exercise that we did. That lady is into these spices. Spices that we have in the market now. She's now turned it into one of those beautiful ideas. So that is a group assignment. In fact, this is the first group assignment that I'm going to give the class for your action. We will pause here and continue. Hey, it's already 15 minutes past 10. So
Yes.
we will come back after about 15 minutes time.
30 minutes break, sir.
30 minutes rather.
Yes, sir.
And the 30 minutes will not be, we are already into the break. And that is why I'm saying 15 minutes time. Do you understand? We are supposed to pause at 10. But it is now 8:15. So please take note so that you come back in time for us to finalize the second leg of the class, okay?
All right, doctor.
Hello, sir.
Okay. All right, bye. it seeks to pursue several actions and initiatives with the intention of achieving something formidable for an organization in the long term. And in doing this, it strives to formulate, implement, and evaluate several decisions and actions that may transpire beyond a single department in an organization. And some of these decisions and actions may also be influenced by forces or factors outside the confines of the business premises. It becomes necessary to therefore examine the business environment where all these decisions and actions are going to ensue, so that no one is ambushed or no one is surprised by a delicate information that should have been considered, but which were not factored. Hey, someone is saying you can hardly hear me. Is it clear now? Hello, can you all hear me?
No, we can hear you very
Yes,
well.
sir, we can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, so that
Sometimes
means
your voice.
Emmanuel is coming from your end.
The person
No,
should
when you raise your
amplify.
voice, I can. Yeah, I've done that. When you raise your voice, I can hear you, but sometimes you go low.
Oh, okay. Maybe I have to position my laptop well. Okay. So I was saying that it will be a suicidal venture to pursue the formulation, implementation, and evaluation of any given strategy when you do not have a holistic appreciation of the environment where all these strategies are going to be implemented. In fact, best practice also expects that following the development of an organization's vision and mission statements and the demarcation of the long-term objectives that it is trying to achieve, the committee which did the development are also expected to peruse the business environment to actually contextualize whether indeed their mission and vision, which is going to dictate all the activities and actions in the organization, are realistic and in line with the expectation, the needs, the forces that are found in the business environment. And so we are going to take our time to look at what business environment assessment entails. So when we say you are doing environmental analysis or environmental scan, it's borders on the extent to which an assessment of the business environment of an organization is conducted to appreciate the strengths and weaknesses as well as opportunities and threats that are therein for the business organizations to consider, which means that no organization operates on an island and, for that matter, insulated from factors or forces outside the confines of the organization. In the same regard, every organization thrives on the reliance on their internal capabilities and forces. So an appreciation, a scan, an assessment of these forces within and outside an organization to understand its strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats fall within the purview of environmental analysis or environmental scan. Broadly speaking, there are two main demarcations of environmental analysis, and these include internal assessments and external assessments. And the main subject of our interaction today will center on the internal assessments for lack of time. Internal assessments or internal analysis, internal scan, depending on the text we are reading. Some even characterize it as internal audits. Yes, so when we make reference to all these concepts, themes, what does it mean? Internal analysis is an attempt by an organization to appraise comprehensively the entire internal environment of the organization in order to adduce evidence for its strengths and weaknesses. And this assessment is done holistically for the internal aspect of the organization, which means that it does not center on just the key units or departments in the organization. Every unit or department that play an integral role in the success or otherwise of an organization is interrogated anytime we are doing internal analysis. Indeed, all organizations exhibit different varieties of strengths and weaknesses. And this is normally manifested across the varied departments they may be having. All that I'm trying to say is that if you pick, for instance, two or more universities and you compare their strengths and weaknesses, the aspects of the organization which constitutes the strength of one university may perhaps be a weakness for another university. In the same vein, if you delve deeper to look at the various units or departments that are working across these universities to check their strengths and weaknesses, it will also not be the same. Which means that when it comes to internal analysis, and if the intention is to get the desired results for the organization, then it has to be tailor-made. You don't just pick the report from one university, University of Ghana, and replicating it in GCTU, thinking, oh, after all, they are all public tertiary institutions. It doesn't work like that. You will have to start from scratch to check exactly the competencies, the forces, the factors that come to play whenever a particular institution is functioning. So when we become fixated with only the internal environment of an organization to discern its strengths and weaknesses, then we say we are doing internal analysis. And when we switch the effort to all other forces or factors outside an organizational premises, particularly to look at the events that ensue there, which also have the likelihood of affecting organizational outcomes, then we are looking at external analysis. But our concentration today will be on internal analysis or internal scan or internal assessment. So why is it important to do the scan? And also, so when you know the strengths and weaknesses of the organization as a result of the internal analysis, then what happens? Research suggests that once you are able to recognize these strengths and weaknesses, it becomes the vital information that will be fed into the revision of your vision and mission statements, the forger of your long-term objectives, and also your strategic planning. In other words, the idea is to measure on your strengths whilst you convert your weaknesses into or polish them into your strengths. So once you are armed with this information, then it gives you the core competencies and capabilities within your control as an organization. And this is what you can now utilize in adding value to your service and your products. So it is very, very important to do internal analysis. In fact, a lot of authorities also characterize it as an important component of the strategic management process, particularly when it comes to strategy formulation. And they premise internal assessment to any strategy formulation or selection, in the sense that the information that you are going to get from your internal assessment is like a gold mine, which will feed all your strategic intentions and actions. Okay. And when we talk about evaluating, let me see. Okay. When we say you are evaluating functional areas of a business in terms of their strengths and weaknesses, we are essentially looking at the various units or departments that take a center stage in the organizational operations. Typically, in every organization where you will go into, you will have a unit for HR, you have a unit for marketing, you have a unit for, if it is into production, then you have a unit for production or operations, you have a unit for accounting, stroke finance, you have a unit for procurement, and what have you. In fact, the new organizations that are thriving on innovation end up dedicating a functional area for research and development, because of the idea that the outcome of the research will profess the needs and the demands of the customers, which can now be fed into the design of the products, the marketing of the products, in fact, wherever their services or goods targets. So depending on the organization we are looking at, the functional areas may be several, but generically speaking, they range from Department of Management to the Department of Finance. And an assessment of their strength and weakness means that we are going to interrogate the core function that these specific functional departments are expected to perform, and whether they are delivering up to their expectations. The expectation is that if these functional units are able to mutually support each other, then there will be the attainment of horizontal alignment, wherein the output of one department becomes the input of another department, and so on and so forth. In the same vein, we are also expecting that each of these specific departments or units will have their own core mandate that they are champion on, which will feed into the ultimate objectives that the organization as an entity is trying to achieve. So the moment the departments are able to subserve or contribute from their department point of view to the attainment of organizational success, then there is the attainment of what we call horizontal alignment. So in an attempt to do an environmental scan, attention is also paid to how these departments mutually support each other to survive, and in the long run, also strive to champion the mandate of the organization to emerge successful in the attainment of its long-term aspirations. Any questions so far? And I have attempted to explain what environmental analysis is, what internal environmental analysis also entails. At this point, I'll open the floor. In your readings and in your scan through my material, what did you learn as far as internal analysis is concerned? At this point, you can unmute your microphone, and then you communicate with us. Hello. Hello. Hey, can I be heard?
Sir, we are with you. Just that your voice went down a bit.
Hey, this mic, your voice went down. This mic, Emmanuel. When they go to questions and answers today, all of a sudden my voice went down. So I'm asking you to tell me some of the things you came across in your region as far as internal analysis or environmental analysis is concerned. What is it all about? Or you are thinking, so I should proceed? Hello.
Hi.
Hi, dog.
Hello, sir.
I should do what?
Dog, and come.
Hey, I say, Adi
Sir, please,
Oh, we are
let's
with
go
Okay.
you.
from
We are with you, so you can proceed.
Hello, boss.
Hey,
Sir, I came across SWOT analysis.
you came across a SWOT analysis.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so SWOT analysis is one of the tools that we can use to conduct environmental analysis. In fact, if you want to do a holistic analysis of both the internal and external environment of any business organization, then you can use SWOT analysis. Having said this, if the concentration of the assessment is on only the internal aspects of the business environment, then you will use the first component of SWOT analysis, because SWOT analysis is an acronym for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. When we are doing internal analysis or internal assessments, emphasis is on things that happen within the confines of an organization. And so we focus on the strengths and the weaknesses of the organization. When we are doing external analysis, then we look at aspects of SWOT analysis, that is the opportunities which exist out there and the possible threats that are necessary to be mitigated in order for the company to flourish. So SWOT analysis is an incredible tool that you can use to conduct environmental analysis comprehensively. And you can also concentrate on the first two components to do internal analysis or assessments. Any other observation or any other thing that you learned? The more you contribute or interact with me, then I'm able to explain things beyond the few things I would have said based on the pointers or the bullets on the slides. Is Sandra here? Sandra? Is Sandra?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Sandra, what did you learn? Because I want to be getting feedback from students like you, because you indicated you have not done, is it strategic management was a business before? What did you learn, Sandra, in your readings as far as internal analysis is concerned? Or you could not get to internal assessments? I know, Sandra, that by now you are already done.
Sir, it's not
with
true.
the slides. So where did you get to?
I the internal analysis.
Can you repeat it again? I didn't hear the
I said I didn't
last.
get to that slide
You did
yet.
not get to hear.
Yeah, yes.
Which means who else does not have a business background, so they'll know how to handle this part? As for Gilbert, I know he already has one master's in strategic management.
Doctor.
So I'll not call him.
Doc, I'm sorry. I don't know whether it's my system. You go and come, like your volume goes down completely and you come back. So I'm not getting all what you are saying, please.
Emma, it
Hey,
is from
is
your end, though. It's from your end. We can hear Dog
hey,
early. It's from your end.
yeah, Semu. Because of you, no, all my water is even finished because I've been straining my voice the whole day because of Emmanuel. Okay, so you let me continue. Based on what I have articulated so far, can you think of some of the reasons why it is important to conduct internal analysis? Why do you think it is important to conduct it?
I believe that when you do that, it will be able to help the organization know their weaknesses and where to improve upon.
Exactly. And it will also help them to know their strengths so that those ones will be maintained or properly positioned to bring a lot of fortunes for the organization. Now, once you know your strengths and your weaknesses, what additional purpose or relevance will it serve for the company by knowing your strengths and weaknesses?
I think that if you know your weaknesses, when it comes to recruitment, you know which resource to look out for so that it will help build some of the weaknesses that you encounter in the company.
Precisely so. So assuming maybe you observe that when it comes to certain positions in the company, you don't have individuals with the right qualities or experience to operate there, then quickly you will have to look out for competent and well-grown people to come and occupy such portfolios. All right. But once you are able to identify your strengths and weaknesses, we'll be say there, aligned strategy with reality. Let me see. It will aid performance and growth. Okay, yeah, definitely, because you are going to measure on your strengths and minor on your weakness. So it will affect the improvement of your performance and your growth in that industry. It will align with strategy. It's aligned with strategy with reality. So you mean you will now align your strategy with the realities, because if you have set the bar too high, meanwhile you don't have the resources, the technology, and the facilities to champion that, then you will have to either you improve, you correct the weaknesses, or you correct the standard that you have set, because it doesn't work like that. You will have to accommodate or align your strategy that is being pursued with the necessary ingredients required to flourish. Okay.
So, Doc, I wanted to ask, Doc.
Yes, Emma.
Yeah. So, if you conduct your internal analysis and you identify a weak link, let's say an employee, who is the weak link? What's the necessary action to take? What's the necessary action to take?
Okay. So this one is a question that confronts a lot of organizations, both in private and in the public sector. Now, to address such a situation, best practice will recommend that don't go ahead to sack the person because he or she is the weak link. In fact, from an HRM perspective, such a situation will require further diagnosis or investigation to understand why that particular person is being characterized or perceived as the weak link in the organization. Is it that the person is currently occupying a space or a position that he is not qualified for? We are all aware that sometimes people get hired into spaces that they are not necessarily cut out for. It's just because of their I'm kind of say chronism, who you know, nepotism, and all that. So if the reason for the person's weaker linkage in the organizational success is because of wrong alignment of the person's core skill sets and the position, then you have to do realignment. And that is where there will be the need for you to move the person into a department or a unit where his skill set can be properly tapped into. The idea is that you can't expect a frog to be flourishing on a tree together with monkeys and chimpanzees. That is not the turf of the frog. So from an HR standpoint, there is the need for you to diagnose the reason for that poor linkage and propose solutions to it. It could even be that the person is in the right department, but the work resources that the person requires to flourish is not forthcoming. So it is garbage in, garbage out. If you are not providing the resources, on what basis do you expect the person to become the strong linkage in the organization? It is only after you have done this investigation that is where you will know how to approach it. And assuming you take these corrective actions and there is an improvement in the contribution of the person to organizational success, then it tells you there was a problem with the placement of that particular employee right from the beginning of his engagements. But if after the checks, the issue was poor resources, and still there is no improvement in his contribution to organizational success, and you repeatedly provide avenues, maybe through training programs to help them improve their efficiency, and still it is not working very well, then such people are earmarked to be have you heard about this is a finance class, so I'm very careful and mindful of the choice of terms I use. Whenever there is when we say redundancy, do you understand?
Yes. Yes.
So whenever there is a redundancy program, such people are normally targeted first because all efforts that the company has been making to bring them as part of their colleagues is not yielding any fruitful result after repeated attempts. Other than that, you continue to see if you can still add value to them and get the best out of them. Yes, Sandra. Hello, Sandra.
Sir,
Unmute and speak.
yes. I have a question.
Okay.
So like I'm trying to see if a company's strength today can become a weakness like later on. Let's say for instance, like a company has a strong strength today, but probably in 5 years' time, that strength can now become a weakness. I don't know if it's possible.
Well, the forces or factors that are defined as a company's strength or weakness are not static. They remain a strength if you are able to maintain the momentum or whatever you are doing now to achieve that enviable feat. If you relax and your competitors are able to imitate you and catch up with you, then it will not be a strength to only organization. So a typical example in the telecommunication industry is the introduction of mobile money banking. I think initially it was someone saying something? I didn't hear.
Yeah, the Glow and the MTN fiber optic.
Yeah,
So
the fiber.
right now, as we speak, it is not an issue which is peculiar to only them. Every telco has catch up with it, and they are always adding value. So, to the best of my knowledge, MTN started with mobile money transactions, and so they call it Momo, and eventually it has become a cliche for all other telcos that want to indulge in some form of monetary transaction using the mobile platform. So from the outset, it was an innovation that was peculiar to only MTN because of the technology that they subscribed to at the time. But right now, as I speak, in fact, there are some platforms that are not part of the giants, but they are also running mediums from which you can still embark on some form of mobile money banking. And so the point I'm trying to make is that it will remain a strength if at the end of the day, that particular attribute is rare to your organization alone. It is non-imitable by your competing organizations, and it can also not be substituted by other products that are in the prevailing markets. Sandra, is your question answered?
Yes, it's answered. So, but my problem is the example, but still MTN still have like an advantage over the other telcos in terms of the MoMo.
Well, it depends on where you are looking at it from. When it comes
Because
to
a lot of people
the
subscribe
customer
to
base,
it. Yes.
exactly. From the customer base and subscription base, you can see MTN is far ahead. But beyond that, if you look at the public sentiment that are generated around fraud and the challenges that customers get whenever they are patronizing those services, it's not something that you can say is a strength.
Yeah, their security there is not robust at all. So I think that is the part the other telcos, like I think Telecel, for instance, have capitalized on that, but still they are not able to gain a lot of customers with that. I don't know if they are not able to market that strength well to the public.
No,
so that people will be able to move
depends on
away.
the culture of the customers that you are dealing with. So if you've done something about Hofstede's cultural dimensions, you realize that every geographical area is dominated by a cultural context. And once you are familiar with that cultural context, you can always utilize it in your marketing and in your strategizing. So what happens in Ghana and in most African countries, we are characterized as we are the more or less like the traditionalists. And in Hofstede's estimation, he characterized us as collectivistic cultural context. What that means is that the moment we get hooked onto a particular phenomenon, it becomes very difficult for one to win us off to patronize other services that may be equally superior and compelling. The advantage that MTN is having is that a lot of, I think they started the granting access to SIMs, they made it much accessible, and they were able to capture a lot of people onto their network. And for that reason, to date, even when you can port your SIM to other company, people are still not comfortable with it. And so it has a cultural and a psychological undertone beneath it. And some of these things, if you want to really track it and get the best for the other competing organizations, it's a discussion that you normally have outside the classrooms. Okay, Sandra.
So I have another question.
Okay, Sandra, let's go on. In fact, I always like it when those who said they've not done it before are now asking more questions, which means we are doing something proper. Go on.
Okay, so I'm trying to see what are some of the challenges that a company can face when carrying out internal analysis.
Okay, so the first one is when you don't have individuals with the know-how or the knowledge to carry out the assessments. I would say it is one thing knowing it and another thing doing it. So if you have an organizational setup that does not have individuals that are competent enough to carry it out, then definitely they will not even go ahead to do it in the first place. In the same vein, if there isn't a transparent culture wherein individuals trust that whenever some of these assessments are done to identify the strengths and weaknesses, it is being carried out for the betterment of the organization, but not to victimize others. Once that level of trust is there, then you will not experience any challenges or hindrance in terms of carrying on. But when there is high level of secrecy, poor communication of the intention behind the assessment, then there is the high likelihood that a lot of setbacks and resistance will be encountered in the course of doing the assessments. So these are some of the things that I can say. If anyone has some additions or subtractions, you can go ahead. Yes.
Hello?
Yes, go on.
Hello, Doc.
Yeah, hello. Oh, I can hear you.
Emma, what network are you using?
Okay, Doc.
Hello, Emma.
This is Gilbert.
Yeah, Gilbert, go on.
Yes, per what you just said.
Yeah.
Can we also say challenges from global competition can also adversely impact an organization's internal analysis?
You will have to explain, because normally when we are doing internal analysis, the emphasis or the attention is on the things that the organization has control over in terms of their resources or capabilities.
Okay.
But external factors will now fall within the context of external assessments.
Okay.
Unless you are talking about the point where maybe the technology that has been procured by the organization also may require some periodic, how did they even put it? Periodic updates or periodic upgrading. Right? If it may require some of these periodic things, and that is not forthcoming, then it will render the technology that is being utilized by the company as a weakness, because its success relies on some external intervention. But the moment you elevate the discourse to that level, then we are not only looking at only an internal assessment. You're also looking at the extent to which something external to the organization plays a role over there.
Okay. So to say in that regard, how do you place that aspect, external stroke internal, or?
Okay, so strictly speaking, we do environmental analysis. And when you are doing environmental analysis, the same amount of attention that you pay to your internal happenings is expected to be simultaneously invested in your external assessment. So when an issue of that sort is brought to your attention, then you have to look at it holistically, particularly when you are allotting marks to some of these factors as a strength or a weakness. When you are allotting weight to them in terms of how they contribute to your success story. So under such circumstance, the reason why it may be coming across as an internal weakness now is because some external contribution that is expected to make it more reliable is not forthcoming. So you look at it from the wider or the broader perspective rather than only an internal dimension.
Okay.
Gilbert, I don't know if your question is answered.
Yes. So why I asked this was when you take a Nokia, for instance,
Yeah.
see, early 2000s, they had a great command over the mobile phone market.
Yes.
But because, let's say, they failed to, let's say, up their game in terms of the internal capabilities by, let's say, adapting to technology,
Yeah. The
their market
Android
slowed
platforms.
down. Yes.
Yes. So the Nokia one is not that simple. Oh. The main reason why Nokia failed was more of culture. So if you know where Nokia is coming from, the company, it is a Finnish company, Finland. It comes from Finland.
Yeah.
And these Scandinavian countries are culturally characterized as individualistic. They are the type that they like the preservation of their culture and their tradition. So as I speak with you, if you go to Norway or Denmark now or Finland, the proportion of their population that still buy newspapers, the hard copy, and read it, as opposed to getting a soft version, is very, very high. In fact, there is an application over there that you can use to subscribe for the newspapers to be delivered to you every day. They have the daily one, the weekend ones, and the bi-weekly ones. Although these days, most other jurisdictions, you go to Europe, US, they are now drifting towards the digitization of some of these newspaper items and content. In fact, if you look at how their building structures are, apart from the fact that it makes sense environmentally to have those wooden structures to insulate the heat and the temperature within their rooms. One would have expected that, looking at how they have advanced, as how the world has advanced, they would have now also shifted away from some of those traditional architecture and building structures. But culturally, they are always content and okay with what they have now. And it is because of that mindset which the other investors were not able to help turn around, which eventually crippled Nokia. Because whereas other mobile companies were now thinking about how to push the boundaries of the current of that prevailing mobile technology, they were quite okay. They were quite okay with what they were having. As far as in fact, for the external work, right, we were having Nokia 3310 and other types of Nokia, which were still using the Sambia key touch. For them, they were using that old yam being I say Gota. No, do you know what the police what they call Gota?
The Motorola.
No, Motorola is another brand, but you see, the initial Nokia phones that came, they were quite heavy. And these days, the police and the security services have a similar phone like that. Even though it is a mobile phone, it tends to look like a heavy gadget that you'll be carrying around. As I speak with you, those products are still in the Finnish and the Scandinavian markets. Those heavy products, no. They are still in their market.
So
it's more about their mindset, their cultural orientation, and it's a much more complex thing. But sometimes when I'm reading some of the cases and they are trying to diagnose why Nokia fell back, they just treat it from the angle where they did not evolve together with the world, which is partly true, but it also borders on the cultural orientation which maintained over there. Okay.
All right.
There.
Yes. Who is that? Is that Sandra?
Sandra, yes.
Sandra.
The question that Gilbert asked then about if an internal analysis can be dependent on an external, or you didn't
Yes.
ask that question. Yes, I have an example of that.
Okay, beautiful.
Um,
Go ahead.
for instance, like Telecel and MTN. I don't know of
Yeah.
Airtel, but I know of Telecel and MTN depend on another external companies like
Provider.
Huawei. Yes, like
Yes,
Huawei.
yes.
Huawei, they have integrated Huawei machines into their technology. So, in as much as sometimes they are solving internal issues, some of them are dependent on these companies because they are using their machines. If they go off, like when to resolve, they can say that they can resolve the issue within 5 days, but it cannot be done internally. Those services are dependent on external people. And I'm sure
Yes.
Huawei too will also have their
Other
timelines of
parties.
resolving,
Yeah.
yes, involved. So that is what will affect. So these are some of the things that can affect how
An
people do their
external.
internal, yes, and internal
Yes,
analysis
yes.
because some of their services are dependent on external people and they are core, so you cannot do away without them.
Precisely, precisely. So, in as much as
So, sir,
the emphasis of internal analysis is within the resources and capabilities of the organization, you have to look at it from the broader spectrum of environmental assessment to get an appreciation of all the strengths that are moving around so that you can face it squarely. Was there another hand? Is that Gilbert?
No, please.
Emmanuel, it was Emmanuel.
Sir,
Yeah,
I wanted to ask a question. Yeah, based on the
Yeah.
analysis we've given so far, Nokia, etc. So I wanted to ask, so at what period, when should an organization conduct an internal analysis?
Why should an organization conduct what?
So
Is
when,
it external?
when? No, internal. When?
Internal, okay.
Yeah.
So we normally conduct internal analysis right after we are certain about our mission and vision statements. And we also want to be clear in our mind whether the long-term objectives we are going to champion through the strategic management is an attainable one. Because it is the internal analysis information that will help you go back and reshape all those statements that you have carved out. And that is why I said the strategic management process is a continuous and an iterative process, because you don't say you have forged your strategy and so you are done. At any point in time, you have to be watchful of how the key aspects of your implementation is churning out, so that if there need be, you will modify it. So in practical sense, it comes right after you've been able to forge your mission, vision, and your long-term aspirations. But it is also expected that you don't get the information and then it will be kept without making good use of it. Once you get the outcome of the environmental analysis, then the task for you to compare it with your mission, vision statements, and also use it to determine the kind of strategy that will be more befitting for your organization becomes also important. And in fact, in some situations, when you get to strategy monitoring, which is more or less like the last stage of the strategic management framework, when you get to that particular stage, and there are indications that some important factors were not thought through when you were doing your environmental analysis, be it internal or external. And because it did not come up, it is now affecting your progression. You have to quickly come back and feature in those adjustments, which makes the entire process continuous. Okay.
Okay,
Any
sir.
other questions?
So, sir,
Yes.
since the business is going concern and the business is doing well, Is it necessary to
Yeah.
do an analysis, both internal and external? Is it necessary? If the
Yes,
business
it's
is really doing
important.
well, as
Yes, it's important. So if you say the business is doing well and because of that, you leave things to chance, in no time, you will start struggling as a business because you have to do the analysis to understand why you are doing well and your rivals are struggling to catch up with you. And armed with this information, it can even help you to stay afloat and continue doing well, maybe in perpetuity. But if you don't understand why you are succeeding among your competitors, then it presupposes that perhaps you are going to operate out of chance. So the analysis is very, very important.
okay.
Any other? Almost a question on it, because that's what this one is. It's supposed to be very, very interactive. All right, so if I get to a point where it's important for me to explain, then other than that, all these ones, the reasons why we conduct, okay, let me see, there are some comments. Obi say at first take food, organizational, okay, that is what I answered. Gilbert and Curtis, please mute your, yeah, Samuel. So as for the purpose of internal analysis, we already know, Sandra even said all these ones. The benefits to, we already know, there's plenty. Now let's look at the key internal forces. So the key internal forces that we normally come across when we are doing internal analysis or internal SCAR include the specific functional areas or the specific units that take a center stage in the operations of the organization. And normally, these include Department of Management, HR, Marketing, Finance, Accounting, Productions, Research and Development, which is now being embraced by a lot of innovative firms, a unit for MIS and all that. Primarily, an attempt is made to assess these specific functional areas of the organization to verify whether their contribution to organizational success is on point or there is more room for them to hit their targets. If they are on point, then whatever the company is doing now to let them excel, you have to continue doing that. And that particular lesson can also be drawn or replicated across other functional areas, particularly if those functional areas are not receiving that, that sort of effort and resources. But you also have to be clear that every organization has its own priority areas. Every organization has its own priority areas. And naturally, they will want to channel a lot of resources to the priority areas, whilst other areas that they do not consider to be priority will now be treated as a secondary effort. Okay, so another point I also want to communicate from this slide is that the characteristics of a firm's internal resources ranging from these functional areas, as much as possible, are expected to be strengthened or positioned so that they become a core competence that can set aside the excellence and performance of the company from other competing organizations. So what I mean by this is that is the issue of distinctive competencies. Distinctive competencies are primarily the strengths or forces, factors within an organization which cannot be easily obtained or imitated by competing organizations. And this may take the form of a proprietary technology that is available to only your company. Assuming MTN, they registered mobile money transaction as something that should be belonging to only them, and they were able to convince the system to accept that. So by now, all other mobile money platforms that we want to operate will now have to get some clearance from MTN before they can proceed. But it is just out there, so anyone that can also equally use a technology to perform the same idea or business is allowed to do so, right? So for the internal forces, which can guarantee the attainment of competitive advantage, it is expected that the firm should be able to convert their weaknesses into strengths and eventually into distinctive competencies. And this is so because once we are able to work on our weaknesses and we have a lot of strengths at our disposal, that will be setting us apart from our competitors who may be struggling to either imitate, replicate, or get a substitute for the competence that we have in our organization. So that is as far as key internal forces are concerned. Any question on the key internal forces? Now, the process. So the process of conducting internal analysis is just like any form of auditing we do in a department to check the strengths and weaknesses of the department. And this may require you to gather information, make sense or meaning out of the information, and then you zero it in on the key functional areas ranging from management to research and development. And that will provide the avenue for the stakeholders of the organization to understand how their various jobs, units, or departments fit into the larger operations and survival of the organization. And that is the point I made earlier on when I was explaining vertical and horizontal alignment. At the end of the day, the expectation is that, for instance, the marketing department will require enough funding to embark on their advertisement and promotion. And that will, after their preparation of the budget, it will have to be okayed by the finance department, because if they are not able to make a good case for it, then definitely the finance department will also not buy into it, thereby releasing the funds. In the same vein, the feedback that the marketing department will be getting from the field, as far as the needs and expectations of the targeted customers are concerned, will now have to be fed into the production and the services that are rendered to these people. Indeed, the research and development components of the organization is also expected to come across as forward-looking by proactively conducting scans of the business environment to identify pressing needs, which are either on the desk of the organization or not even thought about by the organization, so that such needs can become a drive to develop targeted products or services for the general market. So at any point in time, it is expected that these functional units or departments should be mutually supporting each other, right? If they are mutually supporting each other, we call it horizontal alignment. In as much as they are expected to be working as functional units or departments on their own, they are all expected to derive their departmental strategies from the corporate strategy. So if the corporate strategy is at the apex, let me connect my pens. Just a minute too. Now, if the, where is my pen and book? Okay. So in a typical organogram, you have the are you able to see the drawings and the scribblings I'm doing?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Doc.
Yes,
So
though.
let's say this is marketing department. This is HR. This is MIS. This is procurement, right? And then these are the corporate objectives where top level management will find themselves in the corporates. All that I'm trying to say is that when we are doing internal analysis and we are considering both the capabilities and resources of the organization in terms of their strengths and weaknesses, and we start zeroing in on the specific units like this, we check the extent to which each of them is functioning to support other units or departments to also excel. And once that alignment is attained horizontally like this, we call it horizontal integration. It's horizontal alignment, horizontal alignments. In the same vein, the activities of the marketing department, for instance, is expected not only to be targeting or supporting the other department, it is in fact expected to derive its marketing strategy from the corporate strategy, the long-term aspirations that the company is trying to achieve. So once there is an alignment between the respective units or departments in terms of their functions and their strategizing, and that of the corporate strategy, that alignment is what we call vertical alignment. Alignment.
Hey, miracle. I'll take my phone from you. Stop that.
At the end of the day, we expect the specific departments to mutually support each other, whilst also subserving the attainment of the long-term aspirations of the organization. Gina, kindly mute your microphone. All right. Unless there are some questions, other than that, we will have to proceed. Where is my eraser? Now, let's look at the theoretical underpinning of internal analysis. In academia, whatever you do, there should be a basis or an explanation for why you are doing it the way you are doing. So why do we do internal analysis or internal assessments? The theoretical backbone or underpin that justify why organizations are expected to do an internal assessment traces to the resource-based view. And the key proponents of resource-based view include Barney, FIFA, and Solansky, right? The core argument of the resource-based view for justifying why it is important to conduct internal assessment is that compared to external resources, all organizations have control over their internal resources, and they can easily make or omit their internal resources. For that reason, they perceive that internal resources are more important rather than external resources in order for them to achieve competitive advantage. Which indicates that for them, a firm can achieve competitive advantage when they are able to maximize higher level of control over their internal resources. And they argue this because they believe as for the external resources, it is not under your control and you don't even dictate when or how they will manifest. So because you don't have control over it, rather channel all your energy and efforts to shaping and getting the adequate internal resources so that it can guarantee your attainment of competitive advantage. And by internal resources, they break them down to several typologies, including physical resources, human resources, and organizational resources. And these physical resources include items such as plants and equipment, the technology that you may have, some raw materials or machines that you may have. The human resources are, of course, the employees that work very hard in the company for you and any form of training or experiences that they may exhibit. And organizational resources embody avenues such as the organizational culture, the structure, the planning processes that you have in place to execute your strategic plan, the trademarks or patent or copyright that you may have as an entity. Okay. So they are of the view that once you are able to pay attention to your internal resources and get them under your control, then it can guarantee your attainment of competitive advantage. For that reason, they place much premium or importance over internal resources over external resources. Then they also continue that having internal resources is necessary but not sufficient. But what are some of the manifestations of these resources? The internal resources that they expect you to pay attention to are those resources that are either rare, hard to imitate, and not easily substitutable. So depending on the book that you are reading, they characterize this as rarity of the resource, non-imitability, and non-substitutability of the resources. And these are very much important because if you are having an internal resource, such as a technology, and it is only you that have the patents or the copyrights to use that technology and no one else, then definitely it can set you ahead of your rivals who may now be struggling to develop a technology that can actually deliver to their expectation. Again, they're hard to imitate. If you are having an internal resource, which your competitors, even when they go to China, they cannot duplicate because you have a lot of protectionism mechanisms surrounding it, such as copyright, trademarks, and all that. And even when they are supposed to imitate a crowd, they will need your permission. Then such a competence or a resource will give you an edge over your rivals, thus giving you an opportunity to achieve sustained competitive advantage. Then not easily substitutable or non-substitutability. That also border on the idea that the resources that you are controlling internally are supposed to be groomed such that it gets to a point where there wouldn't be close substitute for that particular resource. So for instance, if I also want to go into the same line of business, like maybe Ashesi University or GCTU, and we are thinking of resources that are not easily substitutable, we can think about the quality and talents of human resources that are therein. Because sometimes the caliber of lecturers or staff you have around, even when you go to an Ivy League university to see whether you can get somebody of the same repute, the person may be knowledgeable, but not the same as the one that you are currently having. So that is what we think about when we are talking about the degree to which your resource should not be easily substitutable. The moment it is easily substitutable, then your rivals will just be monitoring and doing copycats, following your suits by substituting it with whatever they can get access to. And together, these are what Barney called empirical indicators. At this point, I'll pause. If there are questions, then you come forth with them. Are there any questions? So the resource-based view is arguing that of internal and external resources, we should give much importance to internal resources because these are the resources that we have control over. And they are the resources that can guarantee our attainment of competitive advantage. Unlike external resources, which we do not have control or we cannot predict their temperament, and for that matter, it cannot guarantee our attainment of competitive advantage. And they also continue that as much as possible, we should be able to forge our internal resources to have the qualities of rarity, non-imitability, and non-substitutability. Once these are done, then together with your vision and mission and your realistic long-term objectives, you can be on the path to the attainment of competitive advantage. Integrating culture and strategy. Okay, so this particular bullet is seeking to communicate that as much as possible, every strategy that you are championing should be supported by the organizational culture, in the sense that if you are having a culture that will resist the implementation of the strategy, then that level of friction will not even help the company to excel. So as much as possible, we should be equally concerned about creating an organizational culture that entertains change. So the idea of change management becomes imperative. An organizational culture that does not prefer the status quo to remain, but a culture that will rather embrace new ideas to be tested. Someone is asking about dynamic capability. So when we talk about dynamic capability, they are the same as distinctive competencies. Dynamic capabilities are those competencies or resources that a firm does or possess exceptionally well that distinguishes them from other firms that we are competing with them. So a typical example could be the quality of human resources that you have. If the quality of the human resources are such that it is very difficult to nurture other people to practice like the talent that you have, then it amounts to a dynamic resource, a dynamic capability. It cannot even be a technology that you have. If the nature of the technology is such that it is only your company that has access to it, or that is able to pay for it, or that is able to utilize it to maximum efficiency, then it becomes a dynamic capability that your rivals may not have at their disposal.
To say,
yes.
I have a question.
Sandra,
Yes,
go on.
I want to ask if like a very common resource, like a resource that is very common, can still like give a very competitive advantage to a company.
No, it doesn't happen like that.
Okay.
If the resource is very common, then it means it is not only accessible to you, but it is equally accessible to all those that you are competing with. It is normally the rare ones, the ones that cannot be imitated, and the ones that cannot be substituted that will set your operations and your delivery apart from that of the rivals. It is because of some of these reasons, that is why some talents or employees, a lot of companies go around poaching them from wherever they are to their company because they possess certain competencies that are unique and rare to such individuals. No matter how much you try to imitate or nurture people to also emulate the same behavior, it will never be like those competencies. And so it must be very, very rare.
It's another question. Like, can you give me like an example of companies that have used the RBV like
resource-based view?
Yes, to be successful, like a company that's has been able to apply that and has been successful with it.
Okay, so in fact, all the listed Fortune companies are earmarked to have resided or they are influenced by the idea that the resource-based view needs to be taken into serious consideration. But you also have to be mindful that the success or otherwise of any enterprise is not contingent on only internal happenings of the organization. So next week, when we are looking at we are looking at external environment assessments, we will look at another theory, which also makes a case for it. The bottom line is that by the end of going through environmental analysis, which is the internal assessment and the external assessment, one of the insights that you are expected to gain is that you have to give equal credence and attention to both internal and external resources as far as your assessment is concerned. Because you can't say, oh, as for me, I have a robust setup and resources so that even when supervening events or there is an emergency, there is an outbreak like COVID-19, you will be insulated from it. It doesn't work like that. In as much as the resource-based view is making a case for us to pay attention to the internal resources, a lot of criticisms has been leveled against it. So in current dispensation of strategic management practice, we don't only look at internal. Although they are advancing an argument for internal, we look at both internal and external. And that is why we conduct an environmental analysis and not only internal analysis. All right. So the key functional
Another question, sorry.
Go on.
Okay, so can like a company, like a culture in a company, right, be a resource in RBV?
Yes.
Like a company, okay.
Yeah, organizational culture can be a resource that will allow them to pursue any strategy that they may want to pursue. The idea is that the pursuance of any strategy cannot be effectively carried out in a culture that is traditional, a culture that does not embrace change, a culture that is, if you like, backward looking. It is only a culture that is ready to allow some changes to be implemented, or that is ready to entertain some of these things, that will be able to see the light at the end of the day. And so organizational culture is also a resource that sets one organization apart from the other. So in the current educational landscape, when it comes to examination, the conduct of examination, I know some universities where they have institutionalized a particular culture such that they don't have invigilators moving around to supervise students to do their exams. And I know you may know this university that I'm talking about. I'm just not here to do PR for them. Okay, once you have, and the beautiful thing about what they are doing is that they have now also integrated that element of their culture into their mandate, that they are trying to bring up leaders that will be ethically upright into the future generation. And that has serious advantages for whatever they are doing out there, because every organization will thrive not only by having intimidating managers or supervisors around, but having individuals that are ready to do the right thing, even when no one is looking. So if you're able to create such a culture in place, and it is also in line with whatever you are championing, then it becomes a capability that distinguishes you from your rivals. So GCT here, just imagine if you say we are conducting exams and no invigilator is coming around. No, you will not even be checked when you are going into the exams hall. Just imagine how the situation would be like. And over there, what happens is that when a colleague student sees that you are indulging in any activity that amounts to more practice, they will go and report you for you to be reprimanded. Okay? And we can elevate the same sentiment to our organizational setups to see whether, depending on what we are doing, the culture can nurture and help us to the right direction. Any other question?
So one last question.
Go on.
Okay. I want to find out how best a company can protect like, let's say, a rare resource that they have from other competitors. It could be like a human resource. Let's say they have somebody who is very innovative, bring up innovative ideas and stuff like that. How do you like protect such person from being poached by other companies, and also not give that person so much room that they become also complacent in the company, that they feel that they are untouchable? Like in a way that you manage
I
that
understand you
person.
perfectly where you are
Yeah.
coming from. So that takes us to the realms of what we call an investment perspective in human resource management. An investment perspective in human resource management. And the intention is to bring up talented workforce in the organization such that they become an asset on their own, and they also become highly committed to the organization at the expense of all other competing organizations that may be striving to push them. That is what we call the investment perspective of HR. To do this, the company must first of all invest in these individuals, because you can't tell me you have not contributed to my current dispensation and you want to retain me forever. You must have invested in me. And this investment may be through maybe taking them for some upgrade programs for them to become experts in the area where they are practicing. So a typical example could be sponsoring you to go for your first degree if you don't have one, a master's degree if you don't have one, or any professional certification, just to add value in that person. Once you are able to do that, as I mentioned earlier on, that social exchange relationship will also set in, wherein they will also feel indebted to the company and stay on to contribute in there. Apart from that, there is also the need to bond such people in the company whenever you are making such investments, because the intention is not to upgrade them so that they will now leave and join competing organizations who may now be ready or inclined to pay something higher than what they are receiving there. So the value of the investment you are making in these persons and the autonomy you are granting them should be something that is very, very substantial. If you want to place money on it, you may not be able to quantify it. Once you are able to do that, then you can also go ahead to bond them as a way of keeping them with you. But of course, beyond these types of investment that I'm talking about, you also need to motivate them, incentivize them to stay with you. Because it gets to a point where some organizations, they do not grow with these assets that they have. And they do not make the assets or the talents feel valued in the current environment where they find themselves. If you are not able to do all these things, then indirectly you may be grooming them for a rival to push them away. So the moment the number of years that you've signed a contract with them is exhausted, they will not be inclined to stay behind. So from an investment perspective, you can do that. In modern practice, so what some organizations are doing is that the portfolio that this particular talent is occupying, they sort of create a patent or a right around it, such that even if the person is moving from this organization to a competing organization, it prevents them from indulging in similar roles. Okay, so they more or less like patent that particular, they more or less have a right to your role in that respect. And so if you leave them, then you are not expected to be functioning in a similar position or role. And those are some of the avenues that organizations may use to strategically not only nurture, but invest in talent who will eventually become glued to them and not being pushed to other competing organizations. All right. I like how the thing is going. So the rest, is more or less like straightforward. When we talk about the management departments, the core function of management is to what? Plan, organize, motivate staff, and control. And we expect that all these things will be done to support the attainment of organizations' long-term aspirations, right? So when we are doing internal analysis and we are assessing management, we peruse all these key functions of management. The same about marketing. Marketing seeks to make sure that at any point in time, the organization is able to identify the target market and present goods and services to this target market at the right price, at the right place, in a cost-effective manner. And it is important that these marketing efforts are properly done. Other than that, there is more room for improvement. Now, finance and accounting functions. These ones, you are even supposed to be teaching me, so I'll not even waste my time on it. Productions and operations, essentially, they constitute the core hearts of organizational outcomes, in the sense that any service, that is, if they are into the delivery of products, then any outcome is supposed to be properly done under the production unit. But if it is a service that the company is providing, then any service that is coming out of the operations unit should be something that is not substandard. It is something that should adhere to the quality expectations of not all the stakeholders that patronize the company. And so at any point in time, there is the need to check whether the process, the capacity, the inventory of material, the workforce, in terms of their quality and quantity, is also apt. Then research and development. And that is what I said, that innovative organizations are now dedicating a specific unit or department to be conducting series of research and feeding that research output in form of training and developing the general workforce. So Facebook, Tesla, as I say, Meta, most of these tech giants and technological inclined companies that we have have a dedicated research and development unit. And what they do is that they even entertain interns to carry out research agenda that may help to push the boundaries of the organization to higher heights. And once these interns or researchers are able to break through with some insights that are currently not considered by the company, they even end up creating a whole portfolio for them to occupy. So in their system, they do not operate by the long-term time horizon, and I said the Mebayache syndrome. You could be in the company for the first year, but if you're able to bring out some insights through your research, and that is able to reposition the success story of the organization, that can also give you a leverage to enjoy in the short time horizon. So research and development are essentially supposed to scan the business environment to provide superior insights that can help position the products and services of a company to a higher heights. MIS, this one, you should know it. MIS is essentially an information system that is designed to provide managers with all the tools and information they will need to make an informed decision. So for instance, if they want to find out how many people are going to be on leave in the next, how many people have applied for leave this month and will be going on leave next month, the system should be able to generate that. And if you want to see how many people have resigned, how many people are due for retirement in a given year, the system is supposed to provide that at a single click of a button, so that that information system can be assisting managerial decisions in terms of hiring, transferring, and the requisition for more materials. And in fact, for all the other functional departments to also flourish. Now, we are going to look at the specific tools that can be used in conducting internal analysis. And the first one that we'll be tackling is what we call value chain analysis. Value chain analysis. So value chain analysis is one of the tools that can be used to comb the internal activities of a company in order to understand how all those aspects create value for customers and also contribute to the company's competitive advantage. All that I'm trying to say is that when you take out the service or the product outcome of a company, and you break it down to the specific actions and processes that it has gone through for the product or service to be rendered, you will realize that there are a number of chains that are interconnected and helping each other to create the service or the product. And along that chain, which are interconnected, we can place value or worth on it. And that will help us to also understand which of the interconnected chain is more valuable and which ones are less valuable. So that when it comes to that point where we are trying to cut down costs, then we will know along the value chains, the ones that we can cut out or we can take out of the equation, and the ones that we will have to maintain if indeed we want to create value for our customers and also achieve competitive advantage. So that is all that there is as far as value chain analysis is concerned. It means you are breaking down your entire production activities into series of interconnected chains, each provided with some weights or values to indicate the unique contribution they are bringing to the value creation. Then there is also benchmarking. So in benchmarking, what happens is that an attempt is made. So benchmarking is also one of the tools that we can use to do internal analysis, in the sense that it can facilitate the comparison of the performance of an organization with rival or competing organizations. In fact, it can even be conducted within the organization to see how well the various departments are competing among each other as far as their performance and the achievement of their set targets is concerned. So when we say we are using benchmarking as a strategic management tool to conduct internal analysis, it simply means we are assessing the performance of the various units and departments and placing value on them to see which ones are performing subnormal and which ones are performing above the standard that are set. And drawing lessons from this comparison, particularly for the ones that are struggling behind to be on their feet. There are several types of benchmarking, which include internal benchmarking, which normally focuses on when we are doing internal analysis. So internal benchmarking means that you are comparing the performance and practices within different departments or units of the same organization. But we can also escalate benchmarking to benchmarking across the organization. And that is what we call competitive benchmarking, wherein you compare the performance of a company with the direct competitors. But in doing so, the attention is on their internal resources, how best they are utilizing them, as opposed to what you are also doing. And the last one that we are going to consider, as far as internal tools for internal analysis is concerned, is what we call internal factor evaluation matrix, IFA, internal factor evaluation matrix. Internal factor evaluation matrix. Depending on the secondary school you attended, you can say internal factor evaluation matrix. It is equally accepted. So what is IFE? Internal factor evaluation matrix is it's also a strategic management tool that can be used to assess the internal strengths and weaknesses of a company's environment. It is used to assess the internal strengths and weaknesses of a company's internal environment. And what happens is that it is used to evaluate the forces or factors within the company that constitutes the strengths of the company and the forces or factors that constitutes the weaknesses of the company. Once these forces or factors are identified, then there is the need to assign weights to them. Generically, the range of the assignment is between 0 to 1, depending on the contribution of that particular force or factor to internal success story of the organization. So it can be 0.1, can be 0.5, it can be 0.9, or it can be 1, as far as the weight is concerned. Having assigned weights to it, there is also the need to assign ratings, because for all you know, you may need internet to flourish as an organization. So that is one of the factors that you need to succeed. But in terms of practice, the internet connectivity in your company may be very much unstable. So there is the need to rate all these forces that are identified. And the rating is also done from 1 to 4, wherein 1 connotes a major weakness and 4 connotes a major strength. So you commence by identifying the force, you assign weights to it. The weights will determine whether it is very much crucial to your organizational success. And the realities or how it is experienced is where you will rate it, ranging from 1 to 4. So after assigning the weights and rating them, then you multiply it to generate a composite weight score for that particular factor. And in the end, you do a summation to generate a weighted average score for the organization. Normally, when your weighted average is above 2.5, because the minimum weight you can assign is 0 and the maximum is 1. And assuming you are rating all of them high, so major strength, which is 4. 4 times 1 is what? 4. So the maximum you can rate is 4. The maximum weighted average you can gain is 4. However, anytime the obtained weighted average is above 2.5, then we say it amounts to a strength for the organization. And if you are getting something below 2.5, then generally the company is not doing well. But beyond that, you can also interrogate the specific forces or factors to discern which of them maybe has a higher weight to organizational success, but the rating is so poor because at the end of the day, it is not being practiced as it's expected to be practiced. So you can be interrogating the specifics, forces or factors to see how the company is faring. And this is a typical example of how weights can be assigned, ratings can be assigned, weighted average scores obtained, and the summated weighted score also generated at the end. And this is for a retail computer store that is trying to make computer accessories and how do you call it? Computer and its accessories available to individuals that patronize their services. So that is internal factor evaluation metrics. Are there any questions for me? Today we have learned about vision and mission statements. We've also learned about how you can forge mission and mission statements. We've also learned about internal assessment of the business environment, why it is important to conduct that, the key functional areas that are considered when we are doing internal analysis. And at least we've looked at 3 main tools that we can use to conduct the assessment, ranging from benchmarking, value chain analysis, and internal factor evaluation metrics. In addition to these 3, you can also use the first 2 aspects of SWOT analysis, which is the strength and weaknesses component, to do internal factor evaluation, which is equally acceptable. Unless there are questions or clarifications, we will pause here and continue, God willing, next week. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dad.
Thank you, sir.